Mr. Glenn Lucas, what are you here for today, sir? Glenn Lucas? Okay. Is he on mute? He doesn't have audio. I'm just gonna message him. No. Mr. Lucas, can you hear the court? Your audio is connected, but you're muted now. Oh, there you go. I can't hear you.
Yes.
I can't, but what I need to just tell you, your attorney already logged on. Your preliminary exam has been set for January 15th at 11:45 in person at 36th District Court. Do you know your attorney's name?
There's that side.
It's Attorney Finwall, Finwall. You can look him up on State Bar of Michigan to get his contact information. Finwall. You're welcome. I can't hear him, but I'll read your lips.
I'm like, yeah, I just.
Go over there and stand right by your attorney. Don't sit down yet.
All right. 36th District Court, State of Michigan City, Detroit is now in session. The Honorable Aaliyah Sabri presiding.
You want me to have a seat? Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
But you can say stand up on your recording. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis, but charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. With habitual offender fourth offense notice, with a mandatory 25-year sentence set for a continuation of a preliminary examination that began on November 1st, 2024. Harrison?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, 82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Woods.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Mr. Butts, together with co-counsel Lauren Butler.
Yes, good morning, Honor. Lauren Butler, P88126.
And Ms. Butt, state your full name loud and clear, please. Okay, you have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we begin the testimony?
No, Judge, not the people. I do know we have, I believe it was requested a mutual order of sequestration last time, with the exception of the officer in charge, Sergeant Shannon Jones, who's sitting in the courtroom. I would ask that that continue today and the rest of this.
Okay, we try. Okay, if there's anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, that means that also if you may testify at trial, if this is bound over to Third Circuit, you must exit the courtroom now. This is being streamed live also, so if there's anyone on YouTube who is viewing this remotely, who may be a witness on this case, you must exit now and not watch the testimony that is about to occur. And of course, that's with the exception of the officer in charge. And with that, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, people call NaZiyah Harris.
Got the full order of the statement, so you can make the record.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, they got nothing but the truth. Watch your step, walking up the stairs here. Whenever ready, Mr. Makepeace.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
NaZiyah Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of NaZiyah Harris?
Yes,
And who is NaZiyah to you?
my granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted NaZiyah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And back in January of 2024, did NaZiyah live with you?
Yes.
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
How long had NaZiyah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Yeah, basically, I mean, ever since I had her, I mean,
Since 2016?
well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford
Let me see, 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did NaZiyah make those moves with you?
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids, my other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon,
And who is Shannon?
my daughter,
And what's her last name?
Harris,
And she lived with you and NaZiyah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
at the first Bedford location.
Okay, at that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to NaZiyah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
So how many kids total in that house?
6 children. 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Oh.
She would spend most majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there, in January of 24, how old was NaZiyah at that time?
January, 24, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically NaZiyah, so getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay, 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include NaZiyah? You would drop her off at J.E.
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up and look around. You need glasses?
Yeah, my
Okay.
daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to get her glasses?
Yes.
Okay, first question.
Thank you.
If you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing? For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflective.
And may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes,
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes,
Okay. How many kids did they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck. And Shannon would go out to the car and they would sit and talk or whatever, but he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time, when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with NaZiyah that you saw?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. Now, I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping NaZiyah off at J.E. Clark, 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2020?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a 2-piece set.
And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt, she wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with a little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in a ball sometime. I bought it when I heard it. I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
Yeah, I mean, I was sure it was really like, kind of like, you know, she took pretty good care of the things.
Okay.
Mhm.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Approaching with people's proposed exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes,
And is that a picture of NaZiyah?
yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Move to admit people's proposed 12.
Objection.
Objection.
We did it as people did as well.
And when you dropped NaZiyah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Okay, well, school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. NaZiyah was due to come home. Normally, when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And was that's what she normally did on other days?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
NaZiyah would be walking in through the door, maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home? NaZiyah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after-school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what I've already said. Hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, so say.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
About
Shannon said she was not there.
when you got home that day on the 9th, was NaZiyah there?
No,
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
That morning, when I got to school, I went up to drop the kids off to school. I talked with the, dean, and the principal. And, I told them that I was on my way, to the police station. And they told me that they would call the police, and the police, DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah,
And did you talk to an officer, at that time at the school?
yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes,
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
yes.
Was NaZiyah, active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was, I mean, there were times when she was sneaking on and, you know, but yeah, she was.
Okay, and did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried, a lot of times, you know, I would take her phone and stuff from her, you know, so, you know, to keep her from being on there, you know.
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by NaZiyah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, you know, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard after the 9th, ever heard any communication or seen NaZiyah? When, is that a no?
No,
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
yes.
They have one moment, George.
Yes.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this, her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
And do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there, the 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did NaZiyah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her, Tilly. But I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her ever since she was born.
Is it Glamour?
Glamorous.
They have one moment, George.
Yes. You said to.
Mhm.
I know you're interesting.
Good morning.
Now, you are NaZiyah's maternal grandmother, correct?
Correct,
You're also her adopted parent, correct?
correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah, should have been, yeah, 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay, does she have a relationship with her?
Yeah.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this, I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have really no contact with NaZiyah like that. She only came around now and then.
And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes,
And in fact, I think you testified you live on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
correct.
And did not NaZiyah have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but, her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No,
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
no,
And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
no.
You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me
At
about
that
the
time?
address.
Yes.
I lived at 2 houses, which is on the same street with Bedford.
Okay.
Okay, so the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shane,
No, Marquita.
Marquita. Okay. And did NaZiyah have any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with, my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which granddaughter is that?
Nazar, I mean, Janai. All of their different names are similar.
And Janiyah is Shannon's daughter.
Yes,
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
correct.
And like your Bedford Street address, how many adults live there?
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh. October, that's October or something.
That would be October of 23.
Yeah,
So in January of 24, she was there, correct?
mhm.
Sorry, is that a yes? or no?
Yes, yes.
And you indicated that NaZiyah participated in social media.
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to be.
So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posting anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything.
Okay.
And most of the time when she did post something, my daughters would if she posted something.
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
The only person that I know that was one of her classmates, that she would post little things with one of her classmates.
But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well, something, yeah. Mhm.
Now, you indicated that you drove NaZiyah to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school in NaZiyah?
My other two children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was NaZiyah?
Nazar was a very good student, very knowledgeable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked Nazar. Nazar got along with just about anybody. She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No,
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
she did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had couple of, consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing situation.
Okay. And when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, with this particular schooling that she had.
And this is for her current school, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did NaZiyah participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was in.
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after school is when she wanted to be enrolled in the after-school program.
Just a moment. just want to step back a moment. We asked you about your her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of on social media, correct? Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing. Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, go check,
Okay.
but like I said, a lot of times, I took an advice habit, from her, at one point, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got somebody's cell phone or something.
So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet in her. I said I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went to school?
My two other children and, daughter's children.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Right.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No, driving around and looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did, nothing. And that morning, I got up, and like I said, I went straight to the school. And from there, I was on my way to the police station to make the report, and, they called the, police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report you made to the police was the next morning.
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I got there, school starts at 7:30, so I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school, in the school hall.
Yes, they called the police because I was really ready to leave, and the dean said, no, stay here. She said, we'll call the police.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butts, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay. And he dated your daughter Shannon, correct?
Correct.
They did have 5 children, correct?
Correct.
And did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I don't want to get too much detail on the kids. What were the mix of boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl. And, Shannon has her 3 boys and her 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and the 2 girls. Okay. And at any time, now, I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids would go out to the truck. So it was very rare if he ever came to my house.
And you indicated that you were close, you were close with NaZiyah?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason that NaZiyah would not share information with you?
No, NaZiyah would come to me and talk to me all the time. If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. I always kept the door open for communication with NaZiyah, and with really all of my children. So she always felt free, come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating NaZiyah, she would come with you? If something,
That I know of, yes.
all right, if something was scaring NaZiyah, she would come to you?
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she would come to me and say, hey, man, can I talk to you?
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
You take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Just a moment. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Harris, I just have a couple more questions for you. When Mr. Reagan was asking you questions, you said that Mr. Butts would come and sit in his car, right, outside your house?
Yes,
And you said that the kids would go and out to the car.
yes.
Which kids would go out to the car?
His kids,
Would NaZiyah ever go with his kids out to the park?
if Shannon was out there, she would.
And Mr. Reagan also asked you about the tablet that he got for NaZiyah. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And when, if you can remember, narrow that down, when did you buy that tablet for?
I got that tablet for her one Christmas. I think it was I think it was in 22 when I bought that tablet, at the end of 22 when I bought that tablet for her.
So December of 22.
Yeah, I think when I bought that tablet.
So she would have had that tablet for roughly just over a year, correct?
Correct.
Oh. And did NaZiyah also have access to a cell phone?
The only cell phone she had access to was, one of the cell phones when my oldest daughter came to visit me. She gave to NaZiyah, but, she could only use it by Wi-Fi.
You said your oldest daughter, is that NaZiyah's biological mother?
Yes,
And through, what's your oldest daughter's name?
Kenya, yes.
Through Kenyatta Harris, NaZiyah got access to a phone?
Mhm,
Is that a yes?
yes.
Mr. Reagan's also asked you about NaZiyah staying after school. You said that there was an after-school program she was involved in.
Yes,
On January 9th and in January of 24, was she still involved in that program?
no, I took her out of it because, she was having, problems with one of her schoolmates at that time, the same person that he asked me about before, but she didn't belong.
The same person Mr. Reagan's asked you about.
Absolutely.
And so on the 9th, she was not supposed to stay after school, correct?
No, she was supposed to come straight.
And when she didn't come home, you said that you were driving around looking for her, correct?
Yeah,
Can you tell us a little bit more about what efforts you made on the 9th to locate her?
when I went to the school to go pick my son and daughter up, because they were also in the after-school program, picked them up, went back to the house. I thought she was there, and when I got to the house and I found out that she wasn't there, I got back in the car and I went back up to the school. And by that time, nobody was there. Nobody was at the school. So now, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated. Now I'm going like, because whenever she wants to stay after school or do something, she would always call me, hey, man, can I stay after school? Or she would call one of her TTs, hey, TT, can I stay after school? So that wasn't like her. So I'm really frustrated now. So now I go back to the house and I'm talking to my daughter, Shannon.
I don't want to stop you right there because I don't want to go into what anybody else said.
Okay,
But you went back to the school, nobody was at the school, you went back to the house, NaZiyah is still not there, correct?
correct.
Did you go back out looking for her after that?
I did.
Where did you go looking?
I was driving around in the neighborhood, everywhere, I'm just looking, just like hoping I'll see her, you know?
Yeah, one more. On the 9th, when you were looking for her, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know NaZiyah to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that, she went with his daughter and they went up there to go, clean up at his shop.
And how would they get it? If you remember?
He would come and pick them up.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mhm.
And did you yourself know where Mr. Butts worked
Yes.
at? Okay, do you know where is that?
It was Frank's, shop located on, East Warren.
And is that the last place that you knew him to work? Or did you know him to work somewhere else?
I knew him to work there and then, the shop moved to a different location.
Did you know where that new location was?
Personally, no.
Okay. And did you ever, on the 9th, did you ever try and go to Mr. Butts' place of work to look for himself?
On the 9th, no.
Not a good interesting.
Just heard the dog testify, watch your step. Okay.
Judge, first, I would like to move for the admission of both proposed exhibits 15 and 16 pursuant to MRE 8036. They are certified records of text mail messages. Exhibit 15 is messages from September 24th, 2022 through November 7th, 2022. And Exhibit 16 is messages from March 4th, 2023 through January 9th of 2024.
No objection for exam purposes, pending, analysis under 403, assuming that they're relevant.
So be a minute, that's people just give it 15 and 16, you said?
Yes, that's right. And at this time, people will call Shannon Harris.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Watch your back, please. Have a seat. Are you ready?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
With, my mom. Besides with my mom.
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
And then Harris.
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Then-
And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes,
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see, Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
green, blue, no, green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, two.
What are their names?
NaZiyah Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, something else?
Other, Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
And Kenyatta is older?
Yes,
Do you have any nieces and nephews?
yes,
Do you know someone named NaZiyah Harris?
yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece on her aunt.
And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
And did you have any nicknames for NaZiyah?
Yes, we all call her Tutta.
And is that Tudda?
Yes,
And did NaZiyah ever know Jarvis through you?
yes.
And when did NaZiyah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between NaZiyah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids, or the kids will ask him to see their dad, and he will come pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's.
Would NaZiyah ever be around?
All the kids will be around.
To your knowledge, would NaZiyah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship.
No,
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Gresham.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Okay. Would you ever know NaZiyah to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, we will, call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and NaZiyah, I'm gonna work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first, regarding NaZiyah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Would you ever know NaZiyah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No,
Whose birthday is on or around September of 26th?
that's my oldest, I'm sorry, my 4th oldest birthday.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes,
And was Jarvis there?
no,
Okay, and that would have been his son's birthday party?
yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
Only time I would text Jarvis off the text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes,
Okay, and does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes,
And what about a 586-842-4504?
that was the number before His number,
before the 510 number?
correct,
Okay, and is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Fox?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for NaZiyah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
I want to show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16. And ask you some questions about them, okay? You're in a man approach? Yes. I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th, 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Fox?
No,
And do you know phone number here that's highlighted? Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Bucks.
Okay, and you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No,
And now I want to direct you to messages from June 28th, 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Fox?
no,
What about any messages from July 2nd, 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
no,
What about messages from August 26th, 2023? Send any of those to Jarvis Fox?
I'm sorry, you said
August 26th.
no. These are my messages.
Did Jarvis Fox ever tell you that NaZiyah texted him to meet up on January 9th, 2024?
No,
Did you tell Jarvis Fox about not being able to locate NaZiyah on January 9th, 2024?
yes.
And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him, he didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him had he seen Twitter in whereabouts. And he said no Twitter, and he responded back.
I didn't hear what you said, the last part.
I had, I texted him, well, first I called him, he didn't answer. The second time I sent him a message, still no Twitter. He replied back, oh, wow.
Okay, thank you.
And may I approach?
Yes.
And just for record references, I'm showing you what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes,
And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
the phone number is my old phone number,
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, is this fairly and accurately represent these two messages? Six messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024 through January 11th, 2000.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct. Yes,
And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told them that there was still no touch.
correct.
Okay, and you said he responded, oh, wow.
Correct.
And on January 11th, is I still missing?
Yes,
Okay, and did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yeah. At that point, I just asked that if she's going to read from the text message, she just indicated it.
No, Judge. It is fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone, to Jarvis and his phone between. Let's start back. So from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024. These fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone.
yes,
Your Honor, the admission of people's proposed exhibit 48. No objection. Thank you. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share, the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay, and did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes,
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed NaZiyah Harris?
yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay, and did you send that message?
Yes,
Okay, and what did the message say?
to the said, do you still need her? To,
Okay, and do you know where's that referring to?
it was, Tilla had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them.
That would be to clean up his shop?
Yes,
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st, 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts, is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay, and can you read these last three messages?
The first three messages is, to be honest, these messages are seen into the inbox to you. I really don't know what to believe anymore. Still Ray Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or Tilla is, since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want, I'm good, period. This is, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit, I already see it.
Okay, so you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tana's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? First of all, where are these messages, where were they at?
The day of, Officer Gardner came to pick up NaZiyah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, well, you know, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
This is your side.
Without saying what.
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way. to come
Still
pick
your
up
side.
The tablet.
Okay, so,
Sustain, as far as yours.
yeah, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So the tablet, before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside to the tablet. She has two passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced for my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling, and I seen Jarvis Buck's Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen two messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Well, who are they between, first of all?
NaZiyah, my niece, and Jarvis.
And what were the messages that you see?
It was roughly two messages that I have seen that I can recall. States.
I'm gonna object to this as hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves will be the evidence.
Were they of any? Were the messages of a sexual nature?
No,
Okay, and you said you saw two messages.
yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. There wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I see no messages, I called him,
Who's that?
and Jarvis was.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's two particular messages that states out in this picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children's messaging. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts in that you've seen the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
So, Sharon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes,
Okay, and did you see Naziah that day?
I seen her just, that morning, correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat.
Okay. And what was the coat that she had on?
She had on is a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach, we'll already admit exhibit 2.
Yes.
Let me show you was exhibit 2. You tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes.
And whose coat do you recognize that?
NaZiyah's.
Okay. Now, after you. When you saw Nasiah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing, I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave the house at any point that day?
No, I was at the house the whole day.
And do you know what time Nasiah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days, she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6. And the days that she don't, is 7.
And on January 9th, do you know if Nasiah had the after-school program?
Yes, at that time, my mom took her out of the after-school program. So she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay, and were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes,
And did you see Nasiah come home?
no,
And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
no,
Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
no.
Did you, when Nasiah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did, when she didn't come home is when my mom went to go pick up the other 2 children from the after-school program. They knocked on the door and, they had asked questions that.
Objection, sounds like you're saying.
You have a response or?
A question isn't hearsay.
I think she said.
Just a question?
I believe she was getting ready to say a question. Okay.
What was the question? that was asked?
The 2 children had asked me, mom said, did you,
That's the hearsay.
did Nasiah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Nasiah came home?
So my mom was in the car, I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, mom said, did Nasiah come home? I said, no,
And was Nasiah home at all?
no.
Okay. And did you do any sort of looking for Nasiah that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Nasiah, heard from Nasiah and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom, if she wanted me to call police. She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
And did you know Nasiah to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
And if I showed you a picture of them, you'd be able to identify them.
Yes.
Senator, may I approach? Yes. And for the record, this is going to be from People's Proposed Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that mom bought for her birthday.
Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Sure.
Okay, did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my older sister.
Did you do anything on the tenth as it relates to trying to find NaZiyah?
Yes, we went out, I and, some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to other stores, passed out flyers and everything that we need to do. Now, what was asked of us to do.
And, since January 9th, 2024, have you seen NaZiyah?
No,
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from NaZiyah?
no,
Nothing for that this time, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Harris, I'll have some questions. You and Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
correct,
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him most of that time? But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say,
no, it was on and off years.
for years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you go to a hotel to have sex with him,
Correct, yes,
and that hotel was the Park Rest Inn,
or, sure,
but there was more than one,
yes,
but one of them was the Park Rest. Said yes,
correct,
and that's in Harper Woods,
correct,
on Harper.
correct.
Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do.
Mm,
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls
yes,
and 3 are boys.
correct,
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
correct,
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October, 23.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids.
Correct,
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids.
correct,
And then the Bedford address is when NaZiyah was also living there, correct?
correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house on Bedford, and you were there during the day.
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that NaZiyah did not come home when she was expected to be home?
No, I didn't realize it until I had got a question, by the other kids that asked that I have NaZiyah came home with me, or have, and I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening, my mom picked them up, 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home.
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after-school program, but it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house, and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had gotten.
So when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes,
But you didn't go to the police that night.
no,
She ever not returned home previously?
no, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes,
And you said, are those the folks that you contacted to ask?
yes,
We're just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And, you identified those shoes as being NaZiyah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that NaZiyah is wearing, correct?
Correct.
You can't say for sure that that exact
Yes.
shoe came from NaZiyah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And I think you testified that very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off,
Right.
and that was not very often.
Right.
Would NaZiyah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, now she will ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I would mind, yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No,
her on your phone?
no.
Did you ever notice that she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when, I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would, we won't be on the same page, and and I would call him and say, why you will call me, or like, why you continue to keep calling me? And I'll say, I haven't called you all day, or in 2 days. And I would go ask my kids, like, hey, are y'all calling my dad, because I haven't called him.
And until you looked in NaZiyah's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned between
No.
between NaZiyah and Mr. Butts?
No,
Mr. Buttsby said would come to the house to see his kids. He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
yes,
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
like, depending on, like, if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pick up or drop off spot, for school, he will do that, yeah.
And then take them either to Clinton Township when you live there, or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house, he will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically, or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%, he will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house,
Like he was visiting with you?
yes,
So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with NaZiyah?
no,
Can't think of a time when he had been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her,
no,
or any other room in the house alone?
no.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will, what you said,
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
no, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and NaZiyah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No,
You never noticed anything between NaZiyah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
no,
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly if you had noticed that, that would have caused you concern.
Yeah, it would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt NaZiyah.
But I won't know. I don't know, what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to believe, correct?
Sorry.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he's had children with other women,
Correct,
pretty consistently with other women.
correct.
more than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct? They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side. But you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with NaZiyah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfort,
Yes.
and that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit.
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, "Hey, TT," she said, "where is, Balfour and Iron Drive?" And I told her, I said, "You know exactly where Balfour and Iron Drive is at." I said, "Iron Drive is right where the, wine basket at," and I said, "You know where Balfour is." And she was like, "I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up." So I said, "You already know Balfour is before Bedford." So she said, "Okay." She said, "Because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings." So I said, "Okay." But that was the only two things that she had was where it was on my drive in Balfour.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No,
Do you know anybody at that location?
no, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiar with is just picking up Jarvis. How to drive in Belfort. It's just on the corner.
On the corner,
Mhm.
not at an address.
Not on the dress.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before, NaZiyah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe like, it was still like in that same week. She went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say.
No, he didn't.
He generally used,
His female vehicles.
did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and maybe walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for him to for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Correct.
You lived with NaZiyah for, you said from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her.
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms,
Yes.
her demeanor,
Yes.
her moods.
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time in December or January before she disappeared?
No, NaZiyah, nothing has changed, her character, none of that. She was just the same on NaZiyah. Nothing was different.
NaZiyah has a brother, right?
Yes,
Is it an older brother?
yes,
No, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
yes.
Dr. Nolan.
Is it something that had bothered her or something that she was feeling at the time? Could cause a change in her demeanor? She did have a brother that ran away,
Correct.
and was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time, December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see NaZiyah?
Yes.
She did. Did NaZiyah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
It's complicated, fair to say.
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a change in mood. So,
No.
What about physically?
No,
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Did you go to the Park Crest Inn on January 9th, 2024?
No. I'm not.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female friends,
Yes,
and even some that you didn't know about. Okay, so would it be fair to say that you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
no,
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
no,
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he would use, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
correct, yes,
And you were asked some questions about Outer Drive and South. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis Butts.
correct,
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
correct.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children?
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him to clearly have gotten other women pregnant?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes,
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
no,
Nothing further, Director.
You are going to testify, please help yourself. Who's going to do the next one? As far as time. Okay, so we'll do one more witness and then we'll take a break.
At this time, we will call Marilyn Lee.
Wait, no. I-
Raise your right hand.
Please don't tell the truth, no, you nothing, just, please watch yourself.
Thank you, Judge. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Marilyn Lee,
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a sub at J.E. Clark School
And how long have you been a substitute teacher at J.E. Clark?
for like 3 years,
How long have you worked at J.E. Clark?
like 25 years.
Oh, I want to take your attention back to January 9th and 10th of 2024. During that time, and I guess the months leading up to that, were you familiar with someone by the name of NaZiyah Harris?
Yes,
And how were you familiar with her?
she was a student at our school
And how long had you known NaZiyah for?
since first grade,
So, and what grade was she in at that
eighth grade,
time? On the ninth.
eighth.
So you've known her roughly for 7 years.
Yes,
Okay. You said you're a substitute teacher at J.E. Clark. How do you get assigned to different classrooms?
if a teacher is absent or if they on prep, then I go to their classroom.
And were you in NaZiyah's class on January 9th?
Yes,
And were you in NaZiyah's class on January 10th?
no,
Sorry, were you the teacher assigned to NaZiyah's class on the 10th?
no,
Okay, who was that teacher?
I don't know.
But you were on the 9th.
Yes,
And on the 9th, was NaZiyah present in that classroom?
yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, what she was wearing?
I think she had a plaid jacket on and some blue jeans. It was like a winter jacket, but it was like plaid.
May I approach her?
Yes.
We're approaching it, it's already been admitted as exhibit 12. Do you recognize that photo, man?
Yeah, that's all, yeah,
And that's NaZiyah?
yes,
And do you recognize when that photo's from?
no,
Okay. As part of your, if you are going to be a substitute teacher, do you have to take attendance for class?
yes,
And did you do that on January 9th?
yes,
And is there a form that you fill out or handwrite in for taking attendance?
yes, this is one.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 31, hoping we won't count it this way. Do you recognize that document, Ms. Lee?
Yes,
And is that an attendance document from
Yes.
J.D. Clark?
yes,
And is that for NaZiyah's class?
yes,
And does that include the dates from the 8th to the 12th of January 2024?
yes,
Move to admit people's proposed 31.
Any objection?
No objection.
It would be admitted as people exhibit 31.
And on that document, does it say that NaZiyah was present on January 9th?
yes,
And how is that noted on that form?
a P,
Okay, and that stands for present.
yes,
And does it say she was present on the 10th?
yes,
It does say she was present.
yes,
Was, to your knowledge, she present on the 10th?
no,
How do you know that?
because me and Larry are together every day. She comes to my room to get snacks and she was not there on the 10th.
So you're 100% that she
I'm
was?
100% sure.
I agree.
Ross?
Mhm.
Hello, Ms. Lee.
Good morning.
So you said that you were a sub at the school for 25 years?
No, I was on the sub for 25, for like 4 years. I've been in the building for 25 years.
Okay, so what other roles before you were a sub?
A lunch aide, school facilitator, a parent educator.
Okay, but you referenced seeing NaZiyah almost daily?
Yes,
Okay, so even though you're a sub, you're always present in the
oh yeah,
building?
I'm always in the building.
Okay, and she comes to see you every day?
Yes.
What are those interactions usually like?
Most of the time, me and NaZiyah, she comes, she pick up her breakfast. We talk in the hallway for a few minutes. She go to class, then at lunchtime, we see each other again because I have a snack bar in my room and she usually come in there and get some snacks off the bar.
Okay, so when you say pick up her breakfast, is that part of your role?
No, that's not part of my role. That's in school. They have the breakfast sitting in the hallway and they just pick their breakfast.
Okay, but she stops by to see.
Yes, she's outside.
Okay, and did she do that on the 9th?
Yes,
So you were a substitute on the 9th,
yes,
and you said not the 10th.
no.
Were you a substitute prior to the 9th on the 8th?
I'm a substitute every day. in the
I'm sorry,
building.
her specific class.
I can't remember I was in her class or not that day.
Okay, so maybe not regularly leading up to the 9th.
No,
Because I think her teacher was there. Mr. Smith, I think he was there that day.
Okay, do you have an idea of how often you were a substitute in that specific class that year?
Ooh. Whenever Mr. Smith wasn't there, I don't know, maybe once a week.
Okay, so it sounds like the school, maybe they don't use lots of different subs, or is it always you if he's out?
No, we have subs that come in, but I'm what they call a building sub, and I'm just placing that building. But
Okay,
like if there's 5 teachers out there, we might have to have subs.
okay. So there could be subs other than you in that class,
Yes.
but you were there somewhat.
Yes.
So you got to know NaZiyah pretty well between, and did you find that she was acting at all unusual that day?
On the night she came in, she was acting very unusual because she usually just eat. I gave her assignment, she did her assignment, she laid on the floor, which made me really suspect because she never does anything like that. And she said, Miss Lee, I need to go see the counselor. And I told her after we eat breakfast, I see if the counselor is there, but the counselor never came up to see her.
So does that mean that you told the counselor about the observations you made?
No, I've never seen the counselor because she never came up to see us. I guess she wasn't in the building that day.
Okay, does that mean you tried to ask her to come see her?
Yeah, I asked this, the security guard if the counselor come in, because she sent her to my room, but she never came in.
Okay, so just the security guard.
Yeah,
Did you tell anyone about what you'd seen other than the security guard?
no,
And then NaZiyah left at the usual time at the end of school?
yeah, at 2:40,
She got on the bus?
yes,
So other than that behavior, she followed her usual routine?
yes,
And then I know you didn't sub the next day, but you were present in the building on the 10th.
yes.
Did you have any interaction with the police on the 10th?
I can't remember on the 10th, I can't remember.
Did the police ever interview you related to this case?
They came in and they didn't interview me, they just, I think it was Officer Jackson. That's the only person who spoke to me.
Do you know when that was?
I can't give you a date, but it was like in, I want to say October,
Okay, October of this past year, 2024.
yeah, 24,
And that was the first time.
yes,
Okay, and the only time
until I got the subpoena.
until this is the, okay. And you're saying it wasn't really an interview? Well,
No, it wasn't an interview, she just told me that I would have to come to court, that's all she said, she didn't give me no interview.
Okay, just to let you know.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Did you redirect?
Yeah, very good. You said in October-ish of last year, 24, an Officer Jackson talked to you.
yeah,
Do you know, does Officer Jackson work for the Detroit Public School Department or Detroit Police?
I think Detroit Police Department,
And that was the first time you were contacted?
yeah.
I have another further question.
Famously, you are done at the time, please watch us then. Walking out of the Okay, I think it's a good time for a break. Back at 1:05,
Sounds good.
and we anticipated 5 more witnesses. Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay, all right. You're gonna recess until 1:05?
3, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts, legal counsel,
Lauren Butler, P8816.
And Mr. Butts, stand up and state your name. Okay, you can have a seat. All right, who will be doing the next witness?
Judge, that'll be me, and at this time, people would call police officer Derek Wolf.
Okay, so the brief sidebar I had with Mr. Riggins regarding Officer Wolf. I just want to put on the record that Officer Wolf is in the 36th District Court. I do not have a personal relationship with him, only working relationship in which he comes to the courtroom at 234 to do his job as a court officer. I want to make sure people in defense, there's no objection to me hearing his testimony.
No objection.
Okay, I'll swear you in. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Derek Wolf.
And what do you do for a living currently?
I'm gonna go to this court for
And how long have you worked at 36th District Court?
2 months.
And prior to that, where did you work at?
Detroit Public School Police Department.
And how long did you in total work for the Detroit Public Schools?
17.5.
You worked for DPS for 17.5 years?
Yes,
And how long have you been in law enforcement in total?
39 years.
Before DPS, who did you work for?
I retired from Detroit Police Department.
And what were some of your common roles and responsibilities at the Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
We go to school. Sometimes we talk to the kids, we take care of the building, take care of the principal, take care of the family, and make sure that everybody's level.
And in January of 2024, what was your assignment at the DPS Police Department?
I was assigned to investigations.
And as part of that assignment, does that include going out and taking reports from people who are making police reports to the school police department?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to January 10th, 2024. Did you go to J.E. Clark School in Detroit?
yes.
And what was the reason you went there, sir?
I got sent there by my lieutenant about a missing 13-year-old young lady from the school.
And when you went there, did you speak with someone who was making that report?
Yes,
Who was that person?
I talked to her guardian, her grandmother, which is her guardian.
And is that NaZiyah Harris?
Yes,
And in terms of taking that report, what's that process like? I don't want to go into what anybody said to you, but what information are you looking for to gather to put into your report?
okay, I'll make a misreport. So I asked Ms. Harris, when's the last time you seen her daughter? Her granddaughter. Description of what she had on. Has she ever been missing before? Does she have a boyfriend? Does she have friends she might go by the house and stay? Things of that sort.
And did you ask Ms. Harris all of those questions and get her answers?
Yes,
And then did you write an actual report?
yes.
After you write that report, do you have any role in actually investigating to attempting to locate the missing person.
Yes.
Okay, what did you do after writing the report?
After I did the report, I canvassed the area looking for this young lady, although she was gone for at least 24 hours because she was missing the day before. Okay, from that point, we didn't find anything. So I followed the bus number that she was on. I got the video and it shows where she got off the bus at Cornwell 3 Mile.
Said Cornwell and Fremont?
Cornwell 3 Mile. And from that point, like I said, we went to the house, talked to the guardian again, talked to some of the people in the house. And then we went on in.
And, sorry, just to be clear, you keep on saying we, are you doing these things with a partner?
Yes,
And who is that partner?
Dale Gardner.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching which has already been admitted as People's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes,
And what is that is contained in Exhibit 2?
a school bus.
And is that a still shot from the video that you pulled or that you received?
Yes,
And that's the bus that you identified that NaZiyah Harris was on?
yes.
They have one more, Judge?
Yes.
I have another.
Mr. Wolf, you were dispatched to the J. Clark School because you're an investigator for DPS.
I was not dispatched. The lieutenant came to the office and told us to go back to school. Explain this.
Oh, so you were requested, your presence was requested at the schools.
Yeah, from my lieutenant.
You don't have an office within the school,
No,
so you're not like the school resource officer per se.
no,
And you said you met with Ms. Annette Harris on the 10th
yes,
and that's in January 2021. That was early in the morning,
around between 11 and 12.
so school was in session at that time.
Yes,
Did you speak with the teacher who was in NaZiyah's classroom on the 9th of January?
no,
Did you speak with any of NaZiyah's known friends?
in the investigation, yes.
You did. Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not in this report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my run sheet, but not inside the missing report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody,
Not that.
ever?
No,
Did you speak with anybody else at school about NaZiyah, either on the 10th or anytime after that?
on the other chance, I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students. Yes,
Do you know how many?
a couple, two.
2, okay, just want to make sure we have the same definition of a couple. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes,
What area did you canvass?
the 3 Mile area, we were all around there, checking the alleys, knocking on doors, see if we can get some video, door, camera footage,
You
things
said
like that.
3 Mile, you said 3 Mile Drive?
3 Mile and Cornwall, that area.
Okay, and that's where the bus stop was,
Yes,
where NaZiyah would have gotten off the bus?
yes.
Anywhere else around the school?
We checked around the schools, we checked on the street as well. But we didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can answer that question.
You don't know?
No.
Fair to say then that you didn't check.
I may have, but I can't call right now.
Is there,
It's a long time.
is there a report that documents whether you did or not?
No,
And after you did the canvas of the area of 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall, what else did you do?
went back to the station. Advised the lieutenant of what we came up with,
Which was what?
which was, I talked to the parent, grandparent, talked to a couple of students. We can find things and go on our search of the area.
So did you do anything else, in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was, getting ready to retire, so I was done.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Can you redirect?
Very briefly, how long, you were first notified about this on the 10th, correct?
Yes,
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
that day.
Okay, so your activities that Ms. Quick asked you about contained, all happened on the 10th of January.
Yes.
What happened to the investigation after the 10th?
If someone else's investigation would have took over, besides me, because once again, I was leaving. But I gave all the information that I had, walked along, well, with my run sheet as well. So,
It was passed off to another investigator?
yeah, it would be,
Okay, and then are you aware of what happened after that?
no,
And you said that on the 10th, your lieutenant came in and asked you to go to J.E. Clark.
yes.
And who is your lieutenant?
At the time it was George Harris.
I've never heard of this.
I just, as you said you were leaving, are you leaving DPS or leaving
Yes,
for the day?
retired.
Any questions based off of my question?
No, Jim.
Okay, you were all done?
And third at this time, we will call forensic tech Margaret Laval.
Your name for the record. Right hand.
Before I tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. His name, watch your step.
Good afternoon, could you please state your name for the record?
Margaret Lavala.
And where are you employed?
Currently, I am employed with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office
And when did you start there?
in July of 2024.
And before starting there, where did you work?
I worked with the Detroit Police Department as a forensic technician.
How long have you had that job?
I was there for about 6 years.
And what, as a forensic technician, what are your roles and responsibilities?
We would respond to scenes in the city of Detroit. We would take photos, collect evidence, search evidence, and then compile a report based on our findings.
And I want to take you back to March 14th of 2024. Were you working with Detroit Police as a forensic tech at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working alone or with a partner?
That day I was working alone.
And I want to take you to the area of 7 Mile and Berg, in the city of Detroit.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to that location on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you did at that location?
At that location, there was a wooded area just south of 7 Mile to the west of Berg. And we searched that wooded area for evidence related to a missing person.
And what is it that you did when you searched?
I'm sorry, what was it?
What is it that you do when you search an area?
We will canvass the area in an ordered fashion, myself along with the other officers that are on scene. We are looking for things that are out of the ordinary or might suggest, that somebody is in that location.
Did you know what you were looking for at that location?
We were looking for clothing and, clothing and shoes.
And did you, take any photos?
I did,
And did you collect any evidence?
I did.
Okay, and, I want to show you, may I first do proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
Showing you market proposed exhibit 14, PowerPoint. Could you tell me, you recall going to this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And these photos, there are 129 of them. Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene of Seven Mile and Berg as you saw it that day, on 14/2024?
Yes, I did, Mr. Nickel.
And you're agreeable with the addition of proposed exhibit 14?
No objection. Okay, so we admitted.
Thank you. Did you end up finding any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you find?
We collected a pink jumpsuit, bodysuit style, and then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
And your may I publish?
Yes.
Since you have to allow me.
Try that.
And what, so this is in people's exhibit 14, this is gonna be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location, the crime or suspected crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Now I'm gonna not go through all 129 photos here. I'm gonna show you some that I want to cross. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down, so that fence on the left of the photograph is the fence for an abandoned building at the south end of the parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the Rouge River in that wooded area. You can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
And in 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the black, red, and white gym shoes that we collected from the wooded area that I had previously seen.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that that's a left foot shoe?
Yes.
And in picture 35, what do we have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, its size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It's towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
That was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
okay, and would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or was this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
And in 45, what's in 45?
So I was looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there's a paper and might be the parent headphones.
And in 47, What are we
Yes.
looking at there?
So yes, that was the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
And 50?
So that's gonna be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket, of unknown origin.
And 52, what do we see here?
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
And in 63?
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
And 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered, that was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes,
And 79, what do we have here?
that is a photo of the inside tag of that shoe to show the size.
And in 88?
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
And 89?
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket, sorry, that jacket jumpsuit.
And in 120?
That is a photo of the river.
So how close was the Rouge River, I guess, to the area that you were searching?
So there was a large parking lot just off of the west side of Berg. And then there was an embankment leading down to the river, so less than 500 feet.
What condition was the evidence that we just saw in the photos? What was the condition of it?
It was wet, it was very, it was currently raining when we were out at that scene, so.
What did you do with the evidence once you photographed it?
Once it was photographed, we collected it, I collected it and took it from the scene. The items that were wet, we then brought to the Detroit Police Department evidence garage, where we have a drying chamber so that that evidence could be dried in a safe, secure, and way so that DNA evidence could be preserved. And then once that evidence was then dried, it was packaged and processed and submitted to the DPD property unit.
And you would have been the one who placed those items in the drying chamber?
Yes,
And are you also the one who placed them on evidence afterwards?
yes.
I think we're done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I believe you said that it was raining on the day that you were dispatched out to this location at the site.
That is correct.
Had it been raining most of the morning.
To the best of my recollection.
When you were dispatched out by somebody at DPD,
That is correct.
when you arrived at the site, were there already people on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say?
Absolutely.
And were they all Detroit police officers, or were there other people there as well?
Everyone that I spoke with was with the police department.
Could you say for sure, certain that everybody there was DPD?
No.
You were notified prior to leaving, or when you got there maybe, what evidence or what items you were actually looking for?
They told us we were looking for clothing.
Okay. Were you under the impression that somebody had seen something and wanted you to come out and photograph it and tag it?
Yes,
Okay. So you weren't the first person out there to see it.
that is correct.
Do you know who originally had seen the items?
I do know.
So you didn't speak with anybody about where they initially located them?
I spoke with the officers that were at that scene, that called me after that scene, and they directed me to where this had been located.
But you can't say for sure where the items were located before you got there, fair to say?
Correct.
Did you see anybody else handle those items?
No.
But again, you couldn't say for sure that nobody did.
I can't say what happened before my arrival.
One of the items was a black hoodie, right?
That is correct.
Fair to say that it appeared pretty weathered.
Yes,
I think the report notes that there's spider webs on it,
yes,
some detritus leaves, that kind of thing.
yes,
There was also a pink bodysuit.
that is correct.
Now, that was not on the ground, correct?
No,
That was in some branches a distance away.
that's correct.
About how far away were those two items from one another?
Not that far, but if you give an estimate right now, distance.
Okay, yeah. Fair to say that the jumpsuit didn't necessarily appear similarly weathered to the hoodie.
No, it didn't.
It did have some like dirt or stains on it,
It did, yes.
but it wasn't quite as weathered, I guess. Same word I could use.
I wasn't so.
So you collected the items.
Mhm.
When you did so, did you wear disposable gloves?
I did,
Did you wear a new pair of gloves for each item that you collected?
I did,
And each item went into a separate bag?
that's correct.
It's got its own tag,
Yes,
and then you yourself drove them to this evidence garage?
yes.
Now, this evidence garage, where is it at?
It's located at 116 Mount Elliott. In the city of Detroit.
And you yourself, checked them in at the garage?
Yes,
What is the process for that?
so it is placed on, in our evidence tracker system, and there is a label in there to say that it is at the garage for drying. So it was noted that that was where it was going to be. The drying chamber is in a locked room, and then the chamber itself is also locked, so the key was acquired from my sergeant, my supervisor, to get into that room. The items were then hung up in a way that they were not touching each other, they did not come into contact with each other during the drying process. Then this chamber was locked back up, the door to the room was locked, and the key was returned to my supervisor. Then after 24 hours, then I returned to then collect that evidence where it was all packaged individually in their own bag, and then that was then taped, secured, and turned over to property.
And you did all that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took each of the, excuse me, so you took each of the items out of their respective bags, again, did you wear disposable gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you change those gloves every time you handled a different piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you recollected them, you put them in fresh bags,
Yes,
and you again used disposable gloves?
yes.
And did you use different ones every time you handled each item? Sorry, anything else? Thank you.
Paul, when you place these items on evidence, are they each given like a specific evidence tag number?
Yes,
Okay, and could we just go through those really quick? Do you have a report?
I do.
Okay, if you need to refresh your memory at all, please let me know, and if you want to refer to your report, to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? So for the, red, black, and white Nike gym shoes, those were placed in evidence,
Yes.
and do you recall what tag number they were?
I'm trying to refresh.
That would refresh your memory, yes.
Those were item E4.
Okay, and that black hoodie, that was also placed in evidence?
Yeah, to refresh.
Yes.
The black hoodie was item E5.
And what about that pink bodysuit?
That was gonna be item E6.
Okay. And the headphones and paper, did you package those separately or together?
Trying to refresh my report.
If that would refresh your memory.
The headphones and paper were packaged together because they came from the same pocket under item H8.
88? Okay. And there were a couple other items that you also placed in evidence.
That is correct.
Okay, what were the other items?
There was a pair of gloves that was recovered from the wooded area as well, and a brown, blue, gray towel. It was a dirty towel, a dirty wet towel from the unit parking lot.
Okay, and did you place that towel in evidence?
Yes.
What number did you place that on?
May I refresh?
Yes.
The towel was 82,
Okay, and what about those gloves you were talking about?
the gloves were 83.
Was there any other items?
There was like a Ziploc bag, that was recovered from the, other jacket pocket that was placed under item 89.
And anything else?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, was there any kind of rubber bracelet?
Oh, sorry, yes, there was a rubber bracelet that was recovered from that wooded area as well.
Okay, and was that an evidence also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was that stuff?
May I refresh?
If you would refresh your memory, yes, thank you.
That was item number 87.
Any further direction?
Thank you.
At this time, people would call Talacia Moore.
Walk this way, accept the lady in blue. Raise your right hand.
You sort of tell me what you want.
Thank you. Could you say your name for the record?
Talacia Moore.
And, excuse me, Ms. Moore, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, but first I want to ask you, do you know someone by the name of Cordell Wright?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Wright?
He is the father of my nephew, my 17-year-old nephew.
So, your sister's son?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And is that how you met Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Or your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And in what context is your relationship with Mr. Wright? How did you know him? Did he ever do anything for you, things like that?
He fixed my mother's car. He worked on her car.
Okay, and what kind of car does your mother drive?
A red Jaguar.
And what's your mom's name?
Jacqueline Campbell.
And going back to January of 2024, where were you living at the time? Not your specific address, just the city.
Ypsilanti.
And who else lived with you in Ypsilanti?
My mom and my son.
Okay. And would Mr. Wright ever come out to Ypsilanti to fix your mom's car, her Jaguar?
Yes,
How often did he do that?
like a couple times, at least 2 times.
And, and was that around January of 2024?
That was the last time.
In January was the last
Yes.
time? And when he would go out there, would he bring anyone with him?
This last time he did.
What about
For the
prior?
last 2 times. So before January 9th. And then someone else came, and then on January 9th, they both came.
Okay. And the person that he brought with him, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And could you point to him and identify if he's a clothing, sir?
well, I can only see the top of his head right now.
Are you 100% sure that it's that person? Could we have everyone remove their masks, Judge, just for a brief moment?
If everyone in the courtroom could remove their mask, if they have one on, please.
Ms. Moore, do you see the person that Mr. Wright brought with him?
I do.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
A green one-piece thing.
For the record, the witness identified Jarvis, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected.
Thank you. And you said Mr. Butts came out how many times with Cordell?
At least 2. So this last time in January and the time before that.
Okay, and the time before that, who was anyone else with the two of them?
No,
And what were they doing the time before January 9th?
working on the car. I can't remember, it was a couple of things they had to fix on it. And they came out and did it in the driveway. And,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say the last time, we got the car towed to the shop and they drove it back up.
Okay. And so in between the most recent time before January 9th, the Jaguar, correct me if I'm wrong, was towed to Detroit?
Correct.
Oh, and then on January 9th, did you see that red Jaguar again?
Yeah,
Okay, who brought that Jaguar out to Italy?
Cordell and Jarvis,
Okay, and was anyone else with Cordell and Jarvis?
yes,
Who is that person?
NaZiyah,
And I want to clarify, at the time on the 9th, when Cordell, Jarvis, and NaZiyah came, did you know that that was NaZiyah Harris?
no,
Do you know that now?
I do know now.
And is that based on information you've learned or seen in the news and things like that?
Well, it was based on when the detectives came to the house to question us. That's when I found out
Okay.
who she was.
But at the time on the 9th, you didn't know? Is that enough?
No, yes or no, I did not know.
Now, let's talk about when they came out, on the 9th, January 2024. What was that interaction? How long did it last? Can you kind of take me through, start to finish, their visit and delivering the car?
So they came, they delivered the car, they were talking to my mom about what was wrong, gave her the invoice, it was just like a regular day when they came in, they sat on the couch for a few minutes, NaZiyah was sitting in a chair by the TV. You know, we spoke very brief, asked her if she wanted something to drink. She didn't. My 6-year-old son ran up to her, the dog, you know, it was just very mellow. They sat there, we talked about the car and stuff, we talked about my nephew. Cordell was trying to wait till, my nephew got out of school, but because he was on tether, they had to leave, so they didn't get to stay long enough for my nephew to come.
And your nephew would be Cordell's son?
Cordell's son, yeah, correct.
Did you talk to Mr. Butts about NaZiyah? Did he introduce her or anything like that?
We just asked, you know, hey, you know, everybody spoke, said this is his niece, and that was pretty much the basis of it. I cannot remember if he said her name or not, but he did introduce her as his niece.
And so, just to be clear, not sure about the name, but he said this is his niece about NaZiyah.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes, I'm sorry.
And then after that conversation, well, let me ask you, during that time when they were there, did you notice anything that was unsettling or concerning about NaZiyah?
No,
It was just a normal interaction?
yes,
After that interaction was over, did the three of them, Cordell, Jarvis, and NaZiyah, leave your house?
yes,
Okay. And as far as you know, they were headed back to Detroit, right?
correct.
When they left, whose car were they leaving in?
Cordell's truck,
And all three of them were in the same car?
yes,
And you said that they were delivering the Jaguar to your mom or to your house, right?
yes,
Did you see them pull up? Do you know what the driving and seating arrangements was?
I do not.
I know you're interested.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you're technically not related to Cordell, right?
Correct,
That's just the uncle, I'm sorry, he is the
The
father
father.
of your nephew. Okay, how would you say your relationship is with Mr. Rice?
it's cool, it's like, no issues.
You got along with him well?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes,
and you know Cordell worked as a mechanic?
correct.
Okay, and how long has he worked on your vehicle? Was this something new, or had he worked on your vehicle previously?
I think he might have changed the oil on one of my cars a couple of years back, but not that frequently.
And you knew he had did you know he had a shop that he worked out of?
Yes,
Okay, had you been to the shop?
yes,
Okay. And you said that there was a time prior to January 9th that he came up and worked on the car, correct?
Correct.
And you said that my client was with him at that time.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
It had to be in the summer. I cannot recall the exact date.
But it was summer of 2023?
Yes,
Okay. And that was the first time you had seen Jarvis Butts?
yes,
Did you say anything to him that day?
yes,
The
we
first
talked,
time?
yes. We talked about me being a member of Zeta and that he had a cousin or somebody that was a Zeta. We all went to O'Reilly's to get some parts or something for the car. Stopped and got something to eat, came back, but it was very mellow, like,
So that summer of 2023, you had a fairly decent conversation with him, correct?
correct,
And it lasted for a period of time, correct?
correct,
So on January 9th, when you saw him, you knew who he was.
correct,
You had recognized him because you had spent time with him, correct?
correct,
Okay. So you had the car and you knew that he was partnered with Cordell at the shop, correct?
correct.
Okay. So on January 9th, approximately when did you have the car towed down to his shop?
I think we had it told maybe like the 4th or the 5th.
So it was there from the 4th, okay? And it was the 9th that they brought it back?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time the car was brought back?
Had to be before 3:30 p.m.
It was
Well, no, it had to be before 5:30, because my sister got off work at 5:30, so mid-afternoon,
But you're not sure the exact time.
I'm not sure the exact time.
Was it light or dark outside?
It was still light out.
Okay. And they came up, they pulled the Jaguar in first, the driveway,
Correct,
right? And then Cordell's car was behind.
I believe so.
Okay, when they pulled up, did you see them exit the vehicles?
No,
Okay, so you don't know who was driving?
I don't.
Okay, so at that point, they came into the house, right?
Correct,
And did they all walk in together? Or
Yes.
did- Okay, so Cordell came in, followed by Jarvis, correct?
I can't tell you the exact, I don't know if NaZiyah walked in first or Jarvis walked in first.
Okay, and this young lady, and to be fair, you didn't know who she was.
Not at all.
Do you recall what she was wearing when she came?
I think she had on a jacket, but I can't really,
Don't recall?
no.
Okay. Do you recall what any of them had on that day?
Not really.
Okay. So, do you recall, without going into your house, was it dark, light in your house? Were the lights on?
The lights were on.
Okay. And you have a fairly large living room?
Yeah,
Okay, so when they came in, you said that NaZiyah sat next to the television.
so yeah, like when you're coming in, there's like a red cabinet type thing, the TV sits on top of it, and then there's a chair, right, like I don't know, a chair, sitting right next to it, and that's where she was.
Okay. And when she came in, did she introduce herself?
She did not.
Okay, so she came in, sat down, right?
We offered her to speak, like, came in, Cordell said hello, he was doing most of the talking. Jarvis said hello, said this is my niece. Then it was like, y'all have a seat.
Okay,
Cordell sat on the couch. There's a couch this way, and then a long couch this way.
but I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, I believe that they were both on this, NaZiyah was in the chair and me and my mom were on the longer couch.
So your mom was there?
Yeah.
Right. All right. And you all were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you weren't conversing with NaZiyah, correct?
No,
You were conversing with Jarvis. I'm sorry, you were conversing with Cordell.
Cordell and Jarvis about the car and the invoice that they brought.
All right. And you said at some point, your son came up and was talking with NaZiyah?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did this conversation last?
Like all of our conversations.
Right. How long were they there?
Probably between like 30, 45 minutes,
Okay.
maybe an hour.
And while they were there, you didn't notice anything, and I think you've already mentioned this, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Jarvis Butts conversing with NaZiyah Harris?
No,
So they didn't have any conversation?
no,
Okay. And you didn't notice anything awkward or out of the ordinary between the two?
correct. I didn't notice it.
So after about an hour, they left.
Correct.
Was it light or dark?
It was still fairly light.
All right. And they got into Cordell's car, correct?
Correct.
You don't remember the scene, I think you've already
No,
said
I do
that.
not.
But was Cordell driving?
Correct.
Okay. So that day you didn't think anything out of the ordinary happened, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were contacted, correct?
Correct.
When were you contacted?
Well, we were contacted by Cordell the next day because when we paid the invoice, it was $70 short. So we had to get Jarvis's CashApp to send the rest of the money. So that was the last part of the conversation. And then the detectives came. I want to say the end of March,
So the end of March, so,
I believe. I don't know the exact day, but it was at least a month or two later.
and it was when the detectives came, when you found out that the person that was in your house was NaZiyah Harris, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did they tell you that this person was NaZiyah Harris?
They asked me if I knew who she was, and they asked me if I knew who Cordell was. They showed me a picture of Mr. Butts. They asked me if I knew who all these people were. And they asked me if I knew her name, and I did not know her name at that time.
Okay. And they told you her name?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. And at any point, did you look up why they were there or look up any information about this case
Yeah, after they left.
after they left?
Mhm.
Okay, and what did you look up?
Objection relevance.
I just want to see where her information came from.
As long as the results of what she looked up.
I want to see, the information that she had, that go into her testimony.
Sure.
There's obviously, there's podcasts out that are a bit unfavorable.
It's not obvious.
Well,
I don't know.
okay, you don't know. Okay. What did you look up?
I looked up Mr. Butts' oldest record,
Okay,
but I tried to type in his name, I typed in Cordell's name, tried to see if anything came up. At that time, there wasn't anything posted, but I didn't find much, other than his record.
okay. Just one. questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, very good. Ms. Moore, Mr. Reagan's was just asking you about information that you looked up and things like that. When the police were at your house, though, the detectives were at your house. First, do you know if those were Detroit police officers?
Yes, Detroit police.
Detectives, okay. And you said that they showed you a picture of, in court, you said NaZiyah, right?
Say one more time.
They showed you a picture of NaZiyah at that time, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify that picture when the police were there as NaZiyah Harris? Did you say her name?
No, I said that's the mechanic's niece.
So just to be clear, you identified her as the girl that was at your house.
Correct.
with The defendant Jarvis was.
Correct.
Oh. And that was before you had looked up any information.
Correct, because I didn't know anything until the detectives came to the house.
And while NaZiyah and Jarvis and Cordell were at your house, you said NaZiyah was sitting next to the TV?
Mm-hmm.
That-
Yes.
And did NaZiyah, during that 30 minutes to an hour, ever get up and leave, use the restroom or anything like that?
No.
And you mentioned earlier that Cordell was on a tether and that's the reason he had to leave, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Cordell's tether hours were at that time? Like what time he had to be back home by?
I don't know.
How far of a drive is it from Detroit to Ipswich?
Probably about 40 minutes,
And what was the reason that Cordell had to leave again?
because he said he had to be back in the house for his tether.
Okay, so did it seem like he was in a little bit of a rush to get back, or he was cutting it close maybe with that drive 40 minutes?
No, I think he had whatever he needed to do, and he just wanted to make sure he was in the city on time.
But is it fair to say that he would have left somewhat closer to his cutoff time? If that's the reason he left, or that he said?
No,
I
think that calls for speculation on her part.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you want to respond?
If she knows, I think it's a close call.
If you know the answer.
I don't know. I can't say.
I have another good question.
Okay, you are done. Watch it.
Yes, Judge, at this time, we would call Shawana Butts.
I was going to ask, does anyone need a 5-10 minute break, or we all okay?
I'll take it.
Okay, 5 minutes. Use the restroom.
Yes, thank you.
15.
We're now back in session.
We are back on the record, People of the State of Michigan versus Jarvis, Butts, 2459617. Mr. You can go ahead with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we'll call Iwana Butts.
They'll take the name for the record. Right in.
So just motion and nothing but. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Good.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yolanda Butts,
And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
And do you know, what name Jarvis Butts?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's my brother.
And how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes,
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
That's all I'm walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt, he's sitting behind, ready to the side here.
And you're under the record of like to identify the defendant in this case.
So, but, and just to be clear, so I saw him walking in, you saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking?
When I was walking in just now.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and that, friend, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26, 2024?
Yes,
And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that, I saw NaZiyah the day she went missing.
Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw NaZiyah on the day she went missing?
Where do you want me to start? It's a lot.
So from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw NaZiyah?
At the shop on Harbor and Commerce.
Okay, and whose shop is that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and I just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis' shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes,
Okay, and around what time did you leave?
somewhere between 6
and 6:30.
And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So it's a two car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car. They were working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going to the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother,
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
was it the Cadillac Escalade?
Do you remember what color?
Kind of like a pearl white, off white plain.
Okay, and you said you described this as a, like a two garage shop?
Yeah,
Okay, and I want to approach the people's exhibit 7. Ms. Lutz, do you recognize, what is it we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
that is the shop.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis' truck?
In front of the car doors, well, the garage right here. I was parked facing, I don't know what direction they were going towards Barrett. I was parked in front, but outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road?
Yeah.
Okay. You draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yes, your car was. Yes. And then put an arrow, so way you were facing. And where is it where that Jarvis's truck was? Let's put a J where Jarvis's truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing my direction, so the front was toward.
Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Now, you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of this car?
I saw her, as she was walking, I never saw her face.
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
And what door, what side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis' truck? Or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. May I approach? Yes. And you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, group admission, People's Exhibit 10 is Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yeah.
I'm moving it in both, People's Exhibit 10.
Any objection? Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 10.
Okay, and in People's 2, that also, where is the, what you recognize People's Exhibit 2?
Like channel 2 here.
Okay. Facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but
Okay. What about in channel 1 of exhibit 2?
it'll be this.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket?
Yeah.
The back of a jacket? Okay. So that you saw this little girl with this jacket on, getting in and out, going into the gas station?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
no,
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your car?
yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner, if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the station.
Okay, so about, how far in front of you was she?
Let's say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit further. I'm not sure about that distance.
From where you are to them?
Yeah.
Okay. And-
20-25 feet.
Yeah, I would agree with 20-25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face.
No,
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her getting out of the car. When I was walking towards her, it was like she's tiny, and I just remember the coat.
Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny, sure.
And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes,
And what did he tell you?
he told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word, but what he said is my partner's niece. Or he said it was King's niece,
Okay,
but
you knew who he was referring to?
yeah,
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
no,
And what is it that made you think something, was there a time where you thought something different?
yes.
Okay, and what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, so the video call from one of his kids' mom. And, she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day. And then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone,
And who's the Shannon that you called?
his kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay, what is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the
Objection, this is hearsay.
It's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed is,
I'm not sure what she's even going to say.
okay, to the extent that it's informed of someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
We need to speak up,
You can stand up and
please.
make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay.
Oh. Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you're going.
trying to remember where I- Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom. I was informed of some things that had taken place, big Valentine's Day, so, they told me that his
So
partner
objection.
King,
Okay, so at
That
this point, this is hearsay. They told me in a lack of personal knowledge, the things that she was informed of.
can I finish?
One second. What is an objection? Everybody, the witness has to stop talking.
So based on those, do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes,
Okay. Who do you go and talk
his partner King
to? Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
at the shop on Harbor and Commerce.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe, what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened, and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at, my brother's shop besides my nieces, outside of the little girl that I saw getting out of the truck.
And you told this to
King,
Who is King again?
his, business partner,
Okay, and do you know his government name?
uh, I believe it's Cordero or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then the one little girl you saw that one day.
Yes,
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me,
Objection, Your Honor, this is gonna be hearsay again.
So it's gonna go to the effect of the list.
there could be an exception, I don't know what she said. So you might as well stay standing up. Go ahead, say.
after I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was NaZiyah that I saw that taken.
I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay and that it is being introduced for the truth.
Judge, I would say that it's actually a statement of identification.
This is not an identification that she personally made, she's just being told.
And she saw Desire that day, so it's.
She didn't know who it was, I mean, she had no idea who this was, that's
She
not
didn't know
her
who it was.
identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay, so without saying what King said, were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, and to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that that was King's niece.
Yes,
Okay, and when you talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
yes,
Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? That is a poorly worded question, I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
yes,
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
no,
What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes,
Sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw that little girl?
Can I ask you a question? I didn't remember the exact day at that time.
What is it that makes you believe that it was NaZiyah Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer what you're asking me, like,
That may be a fully. Can I say one thing? Yes. Ms. Woods, did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
yes,
And the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Um, When is it that you went through your phone locations to determine the date? I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
Believe February, I think the 24th or the 26th, I can't remember the exact day.
Okay, that's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes,
Okay, and did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
yes,
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
yes,
Okay. And your phone kind of abstraction in general? To go through your phone for the data?
yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge? Pretty quick.
So you go to the shop where your brother works periodically, right?
From time to time, yes,
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today,
yes,
a couple times at least,
yes,
and you've been back there after.
yes,
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
that was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes,
Okay, when you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
my nieces,
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't gonna be able to work on your car?
No,
No, did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay, they can't admit statements of the defendant.
I'm looking more so for her own statement, actually.
Over
Let's start with her own statement. Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
before you arrived? You asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car today.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One. And was that via text or call or some other way?
Probably video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over?
Earlier in the day, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later.
He told me I could come.
Judge, this is kind of all calling hearsay in the backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not that you necessarily asked for it, but it's hearsay.
Sure, we can use her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on it.
You keep saying work on my car. I said, look at my car.
Okay, look at your car, but you asked him personally in the video.
Yes.
Okay, and that was maybe that morning.
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to him.
Okay. Okay. And as you were saying, this day, I think you said you saw some other children there at other times, but this particular child, you only ever saw this child on this particular day.
Yes,
And the whole time you were there from your testimony and come back police interview, you said that you never saw her face.
yes,
And then you did also see some news stories about this case
yes,
on the podcast that you talked about. Right, there were some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure, but that was, by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was sent the podcast after some other things that was told to me. That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first, you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular.
Not at all.
And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she
No.
was.
That's not the reason why I thought that.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
I guess you could say that.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay, in your police interview that you did
Mhm.
you tell them that at first when you saw the news, you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes,
Okay. So that interview was on February 26th, 2024, right?
Yeah.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay, were there some times at least though when you asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. Well, would you agree that at least
Like,
when it,
it didn't happen.
okay, I
I
was just thinking,
probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time, there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer?
I can't disagree.
And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview, that was when you first started to think that maybe this girl you'd seen at the shop had been NaZiyah Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was NaZiyah Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay, I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay, so probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay,
And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Okay, but when you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck, yes.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes,
You arrived in the daylight, right?
yes,
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck.
No, I didn't.
I think you said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck.
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck, he was outside.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, that's when the door opened.
Okay, so there's a light turned on, and at the same time, a door open?
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open. Yes. And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station,
Yes,
and only one of those different times you were on your way to the gas station as well.
yes,
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
when I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay. So you understood initially that when you arrived, you'd probably have to wait at the shop sometime?
Yes,
You referred to just one other car you worked on first. Is that all there was before you?
it was actually another vehicle out there, but I don't pay my brother to work on my car, so I had to wait until he was done making his money. So I waited.
Sure. So do you know how many cars he worked on before he got to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if there were any other customers present in person?
I did see someone, I can't remember what kind of car they was in, but it was, I believe, a gentleman, that needed to pull into the garage because Jarvis asked me to move my car out the way because I was blocking the garage, so, yes,
Was this someone you recognized at all?
no,
So in total, other than Jarvis, or who you refer to as King, was there anyone present that you recognized that day?
no, just King and my brother.
So as you said, the sunset light were there. Do you know about how long it was light out before it got dark?
Well, I got there about 4 o'clock. It didn't take long for it to get dark. I don't remember the exact time, but that dark pretty fast.
Okay, and then other than when you went to the gas station, were you always at the shop?
What do you mean?
So did you go anywhere else?
No, I never left. All I did was move my car when he asked me to move my car. And once the driveway was clear, I back where I was. I didn't go anywhere.
Okay, and when you were present, not going to the gas station, were you always inside your vehicle?
Yes,
Were your doors open or closed?
closed.
Okay, and were your windows up or down?
They were up unless I asked them something,
Okay, so sometimes if you needed to communicate, you just open the window.
or I would call them, yeah. Yes,
And you were saying today that at one point you did speak to Jarvis about who this girl was.
yes.
And when you were talking to the police about this, you had said that you weren't sure exactly what his response was.
What I said was I wasn't sure of the word.
Sure, that's what I mean. That
Okay.
You told the police, right, that it might have been King's niece, or maybe he said it's my homeboy's niece.
He said it was his partner or King's niece, but he definitely said it was someone else's niece.
Okay, does it sound right to you that you used the term homeboy's niece for the police?
I probably did.
Okay,
It's all the same to me.
and then that's what you continued to think at first, right? At first, you just believed that it was someone else's niece.
Yeah,
Specifically, you thought it was probably King's niece,
that's what I was told.
which I think as we established that King is the same person as Cordell, right?
Yes,
And then after that, you would listen to some of these podcasts into the news.
I listened to his kid's mother and then I watched the podcast.
Okay, so those are some things that happened.
Yes,
And then once you started to have this different information you were gathering, then you kind of started to look into it for yourself,
yes,
do some of your own investigation.
yes,
And then at one point following that, that's when you decided to go back to the shop
yes,
to speak to Cordell,
yes,
to discuss some of these things you've been learning with.
yes.
You and Jarvis are not particularly close.
I wouldn't say that we're really distant. I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have a very close relationship, or?
He's my brother.
What about with his children? Are you close with his children?
Some of the ones that I know,
So he has 13 kids, right?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea of around how many kids he has?
A lot,
Okay. Do some of them live with different mothers?
yes.
And you don't spend time with all of them?
No,
So which ones do you know?
I don't want to say their names. They're minors,
Okay,
and I don't want to disclose their identity.
could you just give like a number instead? How many do you know?
I'm counting. About 8.
So when you say 8 that you know, does that mean 8 that you have like personal contact with?
I have.
When is the last time that you've seen any of them?
Yeah, 2 months ago.
Were you and Jarvis raised by your grandmother?
For the most part,
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
no.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Ms. Butts, you said that there was kind of, there was another reason, or a different reason, that you thought that it was NaZiyah that you had saw it that day. When you were starting to compile, or you talked to Shannon Harris, and then you got the podcast, before that, you said there was other reasons why you had thought that was NaZiyah.
So. Am I?
Yes,
I
what-
can speak for,
what is it?
okay,
Yes.
so, at the time, I didn't know. Once I realized that it was a possibility, that I saw her, there were several reasons that led me to believe, that it was a possibility I was there. And I didn't want to get into detail as far as what I knew before the podcast. But if you would like, I would explain to you why I thought these things.
Your Honor,
So too.
can we approach? Yes.
We need to discuss the, right?
Just say,
Oh, you need to discuss the.
yeah.
Okay.
The date is in the day.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
Give us some word. Can you give us a word from the? Can you give us a word?
Oh,
So we do some more?
No, this is. I got like 2 days.
Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Bussey, you are still under oath. Ms. Griffin, go right ahead.
Thank you. So what's the sources of these reasons that you have? Are these things that you know from your personal knowledge? Are these things that you observe yourself?
I'm sorry.
So these reasons that you were thinking of, what are the sources of them? Is it somebody told you something? Is it something that you saw yourself, you observed, or a coupling of that?
Let's say, both things that I was told and things that I heard.
Were there heard from Jarvis?
No,
Okay. Were these things that you had already known prior
prior to,
to thinking that is NaZiyah that you saw?
I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question.
So are these things the sources that you have for these reasons? Are they like things that you have personal knowledge of, or are they things that somebody told you about?
These were things that I was told. I'm trying to understand the question that you're asking.
Ms. Griffin, you're referring to the question before we went into the sidebar about her leading up to believing that it was possibly NaZiyah Harris at the shop, right?
Yes.
Does that help clarify?
Okay.
The question?
Okay, so those reasons, those things, are those things that you had known before? Are they based on your observations? Or
Well, these were things that I was told. And after asking the questions that I needed to ask, I came up with the conclusion that it was a possibility that NaZiyah was the little girl that I saw.
You said that when you were parked at Jarvis's shop, that it was getting dark out.
Yes,
Okay. That darkness, is that maybe the reason why the color on the jacket stood out?
well, the jacket didn't stand out until I was walking into the gas station behind her because I wasn't really like paying attention to what she had on. I just kept seeing her get in and out of the truck, going in the gas station and coming back to the truck. And that's what caught my attention.
Okay, so the movement is what attracted you to it at first?
Yes.
Okay. Kevin, the judge.
Okay, Ms. Bussey, you're done testifying. Once you start, you can have it. Okay, one last witness for today, right?
It's time to go to call Latricia Johnson.
Raise your right hand, please.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, please state your name for the record,
Latricia Johnson,
and how old are you?
31.
And I don't want to know your exact address, but what street do you live on? And what kind of vehicle did you drive back in January of 2024?
Blue Nissan Sentra.
And do you recall being interviewed by the Detroit Police back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes,
And third, that was in relation to a Jarvis box.
yes,
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis box?
yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis box?
He's my daughter's father.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
he's right there. He's wearing
And you're with the record of like the police have identified the defendant? So, and you said that he's your daughter's father.
yes.
How old is your daughter?
She just turned 2.
And when did you meet Jarvis Butts?
2019.
And how was it that you met him?
I had a flat tire and I went to his auto shop on Warren and Hampton. And
Now, you said you have one daughter with Mr. Butts. Do you have any other children?
yes,
Okay. What other children do you have?
I have a son.
Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
And that is not a child by Mr.
No.
Butts. Now, do you recall, this is back to February 15, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened that day?
Police came to my home, asking me if I know Jarvis and have I seen NaZiyah before.
And you, did they do anything at your house?
They searched my house.
Did they ever search, on that day, did they search your vehicle?
No,
Okay.
they just looked in it. They didn't see the window that was search looking.
Was there ever a time that you allowed Jarvis to use your vehicle?
Yes, yeah.
And which vehicle? 2 times? Okay. And
2 times.
in which vehicle was that?
The blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And I showed you a PowerPoint before of 197 photos of a Nissan Sentra. You recall seeing those photos?
Yes.
And
Hold on, 1 moment.
oh, sorry. Yes, do you recall me showing you the photos of a Nissan Sentra before?
Yes.
Okay, and in showing you those photos, did those fairly and accurately depict how your Nissan Sentra looked back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, now, it is. First, I'll move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 11, the PowerPoint of the Nissan Sentra.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do we have any people who exhibit 11?
Thank you, Judge. Okay, yes. Now, when you let Jarvis Butts borrow your vehicle, look, did it look, how it was photoed?
The back was messed up, but the front was good.
Okay,
It was fixed.
so back in January of 2024, your car still had the front end?
Yes.
Okay, is that the only difference in how it looked?
On the
From,
photo, yes,
okay, so that's the only difference in how it looked from January of 2024?
yes.
When is it that Mr. Butts, borrowed your vehicle?
January,
Is it the first time?
yes,
Okay, and you said there was a second time?
yes.
When was that?
I think it was either the day, next day, or the day after that day. I don't remember.
The first time, let's talk about the first time. How did it come about that he borrowed your car?
He called, asked if he can use my car to do something with his son.
And when is it that how did he get your car?
I didn't get home until about 9 o'clock, and he came to my house.
Is that 9 AM or 9 PM?
9,
9 PM? Okay. You said he came to your house and picked it up?
yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Butts say how long he was gonna borrow your car for?
No,
Okay. Did you have a reason, a time where you expected it back?
at least 2 hours,
When did Mr. Butts return?
next morning.
Was this normal, abnormal,
No, not me.
not normal? Okay. And did Mr. Butts say what he was doing in your car? Did you notice anything different about or in your car after his use that first time?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the back seat that was different?
There was a pair of glasses that was left that my son was playing at the time.
Okay. And just show you. In People's Exhibit 11, photo 37. Where at would your son be sitting?
On the passenger side,
Okay, in the passenger.
on the back seat.
So. Kind of see it better in photo 41. He was sitting behind the passenger seat.
Yes,
Okay. Describe the glasses that he was playing with.
I believe they were clear around the frame parts. I don't know what the ends look like, but I do remember they were clear.
Okay. And I want to show you what's already been introduced as People's Exhibit 12.
Yes.
Is there anything in People's Exhibit 12 that you recognize?
The glasses.
Okay. How is it that you recognize those glasses?
They were clear just like that. The sun, when the sun is coming.
Now, you said your son was playing with them in the backseat. How did you get them from your son?
I told him to give them to me because I didn't know who glasses they were.
Okay. How is it that you go to ask or come to ask Jarvis about these glasses?
Well, my son was playing with it when I was with Jarvis at his shop.
And so I guess,
The next day, I went to the shop. And my son, after taking my son up to school, Jarvis was seeing his daughter. And my son was playing in the back with the glasses.
from when Jarvis had borrowed your car and returned it to you picking up your son from school. Had anybody else borrowed your car? Okay. So you're at the shop, you see your son playing with the glasses. You take them from him. Said yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, tell me, what does Jarvis do?
He mentioned for me, so he goes with his son's glasses.
And do you think anything of this at the time?
No, I just thought there was his sunglasses, that he was taking his son, so. in the car.
Now, the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the day after or the next day.
Yes,
Okay. Tell me about how that comes to happen.
well, he comes to my house when he got work. He comes by, he get my car, they used it again for his son, was okay. And he, when he said he wasn't gonna be gone for that long like he was the time before, it's okay. And he was only gone for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
And are those the only 2 times that he ever used your car?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were there times that he would be in your car with you? That he
Yes.
would take you places?
Yes,
Have you had any contact with Jarvis since he turned himself in on February 7th, 2024?
yes,
Okay. And what was that for?
phone calls, yeah, text.
Okay. And do you recall a phone call in which Jarvis asked you some things about your vehicle?
Yes,
Okay. And you've heard that call before?
yes,
Okay, and was that call that I played for you, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you had with
Yes.
Jarvis, that him asking you about the car?
yes.
And I believe the admission of people's, exhibit 13.
Any objection?
Objection.
And remember, man,
Yeah, it'll be admitted as people's exhibit 13 and you can. Can I also see exhibit 12 when you get home?
And for the record, this phone call was 6 minutes and 3 seconds long.
This is a call from an inmate at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
Hello.
Hello?
What is it?
207, 2195.
217.
Huh?
217.
0.
Hello?
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 Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, well, I don't know what the fuck going on, man, but yeah, they done did everybody shit.
You said what?
I said, I don't know what the fuck going on, but they done did everybody shit.
Everybody shit. You on everybody house? They come to my shit?
I don't know.
I don't even think they know of me.
But I need you to, anything that I had, anything that I've touched. That's just for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. Let's clear your goddamn self. You feel me?
Yeah.
Huh?
I feel you.
Yeah, so I said go to mama house.
Go to my mama house.
Yeah. Go to your mama house, man.
All right.
That's crazy.
How you calling me?
You know how I'm doing something, man. You ain't supposed to be doing nothing but go to mama house, man.
Okay.
Grab mama car.
Huh?
I said go to mama house, get mama car.
Get her car?
If you gotta go home, use her car.
Okay.
Man, I don't know what's going on, but if you gotta go to your mama house, so you go to mama house, like I said, you go home, use her car.
So don't use my car at all?
I don't know what's going on, bro. They taking everybody's car. Well, go use your mama car, man, and drive around, man. Try and put yourself with your mama car, man. Your brother car, somebody's car. I don't know. This shit is beyond me.
Okay.
This shit is beyond me. I don't know what the fuck, man. Clean them motherfuckers out or something. I don't know.
My car?
Yeah, they got my phone. They got my cars. They got their cars. They got they guns. I don't know what the fuck they do, bro.
They looking for something.
Yeah, but what the fuck it ain't got shit to do with me is what I'm saying. It don't got shit to do with me, man, and I'm not understanding what the fuck is going on. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll call you later, man. Like, I don't know what the fuck. I gotta wrap my head around this shit, dog. This shit starting to piss me off.
Okay.
So I'll get in touch with you later, man.
Okay.
All right. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck going on, bro? You at your job, your regular job?
Yeah. My regular job. 6:45.
I'll call you about 7:30ish.
All right.
I love you. Bye.
All right, cool.
What did you think when Jarvis told you those things?
I didn't know what to do. You told me those things.
What did you do in response to receiving this call, if anything?
No,
Did you clean anything up?
No.
Did you wipe anything down?
No.
And that would be in your house?
yes, house, car,
All right.
everything, didn't touch it up, nothing.
So, just to clarify a little bit. Jarvis borrowed your car on the 9th,
Yes,
brought it back the 10th in the morning,
yes, yeah,
about 6 a.m. or so, or in the
Yeah.
morning,
in the morning about 8:30, 8 o'clock,
8:30.
I was taking my son.
Okay. And did he borrow it later that day again or the next day?
I can't remember, it was later that day or the next day, I just know he did it.
I think they're good.
Now, you indicated that you knew Mr. Butts since 2019,
Yes,
correct? You met him at the shop, correct?
yes,
At his shop.
yes.
Would you describe your relationship with him as a
Well,
I'm sorry?
he said as a whole, we do,
Would you describe it as a physical relationship or was it a real relationship?
it was a physical relationship.
Okay, so you knew Mr. Butts was seeing other people, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's not a surprise,
No.
correct?
The fact that he lied to me, you know, that's a surprise.
Okay. So he would tell you he was coming over and you wouldn't know where he was coming from, correct?
Yes,
That's nothing new.
that's nothing.
Okay. Do you know, besides your daughter or Mr. Butts, do you know Mr. Butts' other children?
I met quite a few of them.
Okay. Have you met any of the other mothers?
About two in the beginning of the relationship we had. Yeah, we see about 2 or 3 of the mothers.
Okay. And have you had any issues with the mothers?
No,
So you know Mr. Butts works as a mechanic, correct?
yes,
And have you ever seen him wearing safety glasses in the shop?
yes,
Okay. Safety glasses are clear, aren't they?
they not those,
They're not.
they not the kinds that I've seen, no,
Okay. So he borrowed your car on the 9th, correct?
yes,
And you said he came over around 9 p.m.
yes.
All right. When he came over 9 p.m., was there anything out of the ordinary that you noticed?
No,
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him that day?
we swapped out cars, yeah, quick swap out cars, and he was gone.
And there was no other conversation
No.
that day? You didn't notice anything about his appearance? Didn't notice anything about his demeanor?
No,
Okay. And you say he came back the next day?
yes,
All right.
the next morning,
Could he have dropped your car off later that night? I mean, earlier that night?
no, he did not,
He didn't drop it off, let's say 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning?
no, he did not,
Okay. And you said that your son, and forgive me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there was a lot of things in this car.
Mhm.
Is that the condition the car always was in?
I mean, my son has toys, there's always stuff in there, yes.
Okay.
But, it's only my kids' stuff that me and my kids, only people that really be in my house, for my mother.
And your testimony is Jarvis Butts, prior to the night, had never been in this car before?
Oh, no, he's been in my car.
Okay.
He's been in my car. I take him places.
So your son finds the glasses,
Yes.
correct? And you say he finds the glasses, this would be on the 10th? He finds the glasses?
Yes, it was the next day or whenever. I don't remember what day, but I know the next day. It was the next day we went over. Yes, it was.
So you're not sure what day the glasses were
I'm
found?
not sure what day the glasses was found because I went to his job twice
Okay.
after that. So I don't know which day. I don't know if it was the 10th or the 11th.
So it could have been either day.
Yes.
All right.
But
And
it was in my,
so your son was playing with these glasses.
yes,
There was nothing remarkable about these glasses, right?
they were just clear glasses.
And so you couldn't identify the glasses and say, hey, these glasses were smaller than a normal pair of glasses. These must be a pair of kids' glasses, right? You couldn't say that,
He
right?
said they were his son glasses. So is he saying it's his son? That would mean it was for kid glasses, right?
So you say he said they were his son's glasses.
Yes.
And
I gotta hold you. Oh, okay, okay.
so you said your son was playing with glasses, correct? And you took the glasses from your son, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do from once you took them?
He was playing with me when I was up there with Jarvis. When I took them from him, they go not your glasses. Jarvis took them from my hand.
Okay, so you didn't examine these glasses, correct?
I put that on his face. And he was playing with them on his face.
Okay,
So how can I not examine his glasses when I'm looking at my son with these glasses on his face?
I mean, you didn't study these glasses, correct?
No, I didn't study these glasses, but they were clear and they were on my son's face.
So later on, you showed a picture of NaZiyah Harris, correct?
Yes.
And you saw her wearing clear glasses as well, right?
Yes.
At the time you saw her with glasses, did anyone tell you that she was missing?
Yes, they did.
Were
And they
you,
showed me the picture.
were you aware that she was missing?
From the news.
Okay, and were you aware that Mr. Butts was a suspect?
No, not at the time, until they came to my door.
Okay, so when you told them that these glasses, you saw glasses similar to this?
I didn't tell them then.
Okay,
I didn't know about that until
all right.
it took me a minute to think about the glasses
So you came back and told them later,
when they came to my house.
okay, that you saw a pair of glasses in your car,
Yes,
and the best you can say is that these glasses may be similar, right?
maybe was similar.
Right.
Yes.
You cannot testify that these are the exact same glasses, correct?
No, I cannot testify those are the exact same glasses.
Can you tell whether the glasses had prescription lenses?
I didn't put them on my face, sir, so how do I know?
Did your son say anything about that?
No, how would he know? He said he was, what, 6, 7, 5 at the time. So how would you know what prescription glasses are?
You wear prescription glasses, right?
Yes,
If you take them off, you see differently, correct?
yes, but I did not put the glasses on.
Yeah.
So how will I know they were prescription glasses if I didn't wear them?
My question
My
was-
son wore the glasses, so how am I supposed to know? I don't have his eyes.
My question was, did your son say anything about the
No.
glasses?
He
didn't
he
say
was
that.
playing with the glasses and I told him to take the glasses off because we didn't know who glasses they were. I didn't know if they were prescription, so I told him to take them off. When he took them off, he handed to me. Oh, Jarvis said, oh, those are my sunglasses, and he snatches from my hand.
Okay, and what did Jarvis do with the glasses?
I don't know, he went towards his car.
You didn't think anything else of the glasses, did you?
No,
Okay.
all he said was those were his sunglasses at the time.
You're an employee,
Yes,
all right. And your Nissan, was that your primary mode of transportation?
no,
That was a secondary car?
yes.
Okay.
I don't drive my car. I use my mom's car when I'm working.
So is Nissan your car?
Yes, it's my car.
Okay. And Mr. West called you and told you to drive someone else's car?
Yep.
All right. Just one moment. So when he told you that, you didn't do anything, right?
No,
You didn't think anything of it,
No.
correct? You didn't clean out this car, right?
no,
So anything of Mr. Butts would still be in his car, right?
yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yes. You were asked about knowing that Mr. Bucks was seeing other women,
Yes,
but he said he lied about things.
yes.
What did he lie about?
About how many women, and he was still dealing with the women. Everything.
So you didn't, fair to say you wouldn't know how many women were out there? And did you know that he would be dealing with women at the same time as he was dealing with you?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I'm not sure what the relevance of that is as to this. How many women he's dealing
Was there a response?
Yeah, it goes to whether or not he would be, whether he's secretive about things, whether he would know about.
He's very secretive.
One second. Yeah, sorry, one second.
And that was really that was really the extent of the question.
It was asking Cross how
Yeah.
many women she slept with
Yeah,
and whether she knew.
wanted to get, that was really the extent of the question.
Okay, we'll ask the question again.
Yeah, was he a secretive person to you?
Yes, he was very secretive.
And when he told you a reason why he wanted to use your car, did you have any reasons to think that that might not be true?
I honestly thought it was for his son. So, whenever he says anything about his kids, I believe him when it comes to his kids. I thought he was a great father to his kids. That's what he put on to me, but
That's what he led you to believe.
yeah.
I'm going to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. And you said that he was secretive, correct?
Yes,
And that's when it came to women, correct?
yes.
That bothered you, correct?
I mean, it would bother anyone when a man is supposed to be telling you the truth and you're being really secretive about everything. And you being honest with them.
So you were upset about that.
Honestly,
So you were upset about that, correct?
about him being one of the women, cheating, not really.
Cause I was doing it too. How about that?
You don't gotta be quiet.
No further questions.
Last question. Okay, was that the last witness for today?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else that needs to go on the record before we end today?
Not for people touching.
Not from the fence.
Okay, we're off the record, right here at 10 o'clock.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.